These people were watching his whale feed on some fish. Suddenly, the whale came up and caught this kayaker in their mouth and brought them underwater. The whale let go of the kayak a few seconds later, and the person was unharmed. This person is deaf and can't properly hear what is being said at the drive-thru.
Sorry, I'm deaf.
After stating his disability, a worker shows up to sign and ask what he wants to order.
Five? That's the meter.
If you never wanted a bird as a pet, this will probably change your mind.
What is it? Do you want to take a bath? Do you want to take a bath? Oh, you do? Okay. There he goes!
This is what an audition is like if you want to be a zombie in a TV show.
Did you just say, who this? And then look in the mirror? That's Bunny. That's Bunny.
Some cars are beginning to add features that tell you how long you have to wait at a stoplight.
Good finding then. Oops.
This sea turtle was swimming around with a starfish on its butt. I just wanted to say thank you for 10 million friends on YouTube. I'm so happy that so many of you enjoy the videos that I upload. I just want to make the internet a better and happier place. Scientists recently discovered a sea slug that can voluntarily remove their head from their body. The old body will eventually shrivel up and die, and the slug will grow back an entirely new body a few days later. We still don't know why they do this, but we think it might be a way to avoid dying from parasites or to escape if their body is stuck in something. Here's an up-close view of what it's like to slide down a luge course.
Noodle, are you a cat? You are? Okay.
This guy was warned that there is a dangerous rabbit in the backyard.
What? Just, you gotta walk towards the rabbits. Where are they? Ah!
The captain of this yacht lost control and accidentally destroyed everything in its path.
Oh, he's gonna hit the concrete on this one. Get in the concrete now.
This person tried to take a selfie with a whale.
He's trying to. I don't know if he's posing or trying to eat your head.
Иди сюда. Давай, я в тебя верю. И опа. Вот так, вот так, вот так. Почему? Мужик. Красава. Все.
This is what happens to volcanoes when they die. Wind and rain erode it away. This particular volcano went dormant about 25 million years ago. I recently visited Death Valley in California, which is the hottest place on Earth, and it felt like I was on Mars. It's totally silent. There's no wind. There's no animals. It's like I'm on another planet. Can someone please tell me what is wrong with this cat?
Watch your head. Watch your head. Lower your... Okay, you're not learning too quick. Alright, watch your head.
These girls found a squirrel on the side of the road that they thought could use some help.
Oh my god. What the I can't!
Oh man, this is not working. I mean, I always have a backup plan.
One of my subscribers was trying to take down a beehive. Someone on a bike ran into a police officer, and the amazing thing is that the police gave him a fist bump and let him go. Don't worry, the cat was totally fine.
Pronouncing English words in Japanese. McDonald's, McDonald, Ultraman, Ultraman, Burger King, Burger King.
Mickey.
Happy birthday to you.
This is called the rolling shutter effect. One of my subscribers recorded this video showing how this effect distorted the propellers on an airplane.
Hi, how about you?
I'm sorry, I gotta do this.
Oh, okay. Hey, don't get on the sign.
I'm not.
I just said don't get on the sign.
I'm not on it.
I can see you.
I'm free.
Have you guys ever seen a squishy watermelon before? A scientist found a silk moth caterpillar that screams every time it is touched.
Wonder whose bag that is.
This guy bought himself a robotic dog from China.
Hi, Boogie. What do you want, huh? Uh-oh. Huh? Come here. Come on, Boogie. Come on, come on, come on. It's your buddy. Hey, come here.
A few days ago, the US Navy detonated explosives to test out the safety of their ships. These people are trying to figure out how to safely take this bone away from this dog.
Oh no, I think you should hold her. Get it.
These guys were out fishing when a 4.0 magnitude earthquake rushed right onto their boat.
That's on video.
There's a company that makes giant mech suits powerful enough to flip a car. This baby whale shark wanted to eat the bubbles from these scuba divers. By putting a leaf underwater and looking under a microscope, you can see the oxygen bubbles being released. This person was driving down a road when a horse and buggy came flying out of nowhere. Is this the worst driver to ever go through a drive-thru? I found this video of a cute caterpillar with a very strange defense mechanism for scaring away predators. This kid was trick-or-treating and saw that the candy bowl was empty, so he decided to put some of his own candy in the bowl.
Be careful, be careful! Be careful! Don't fall! Don't fall! Be careful! No!
This woman from Canada was visiting Southern Asia and relaxing on the beach when a crowd of men started watching her. I found a video of someone that dressed up as a credit card reader for Halloween. Please don't tell me you've never seen a Bluetooth hose before. How cool would it be to own jellyfish as a pet? These are wildebeest, and they have the largest migration in the world by any land animal. They will sometimes travel by the millions to search for green grass to eat. A giant waterspout passed over a ship near Singapore. These people are trying to make some bread. This YouTuber created this video without using any CGI. It was created by using slow motion photography. a falcon was able to perfectly stabilize its head on a windy day. This whale loves to stop by to get a scratch under their chin. How is a paraglider able to fly in the air for 7 hours straight? A paraglider looks for something called a thermal, which is a column of rising hot air. This hot air is able to push a paraglider up to the same heights as a cloud. A thermal column is the same method in which clouds are made. A diver found this incredible jellyfish swimming near Norway. These pilots were flying through a storm when the front of the plane was struck by lightning.
Well, hello there. Come on in. Come on.
This is what it looks like to put your hand in hot ice. It's a mixture of baking soda, vinegar, and water. Please do not try this at home, as the water can get very, very warm. I just found out that if you take cotton candy and put it in water, it will instantly dissolve. So this is pretty much what it would look like inside of your stomach.
So what happens when you play with wasps, mice? You get the hand to the Brussels sprout.
The hand to the Brussels sprout.
A helicopter pilot saw this person sweeping leaves and decided to help out. If you ever take your cat to get groomed, this is the ear cover they have to wear because the blow dryer can be a little loud. I have no idea why, but I was invited to come on stage at an Alan Walker concert, and it was pretty cool and pretty weird, but I had fun.
It's known as Daily Dose of Internet, and it's an honor to bring you here with me on stage to celebrate. Please make some noise for Daily Dose of Internet, and thank you so much for being here.
One of my subscribers recorded this video of a playful sea lion. Here's a shark that suffers from scoliosis.
Can be very personal animals. They're the ones often near the bottom and have what looks like whiskers called.
This person trained their dog to do a trust fall. What you see behind the jet is called a vapor cone. Here's a dog that has way too much energy. The good news is that nobody was hurt. What do you guys think this cat is trying to do?
You okay? No. Hey.
Oh! Here's an extreme close-up of a horsefly cleaning itself. This is what the Northern Lights look like in real time. This snake was trying to eat itself, so this person used hand sanitizer to make it stop.
I don't know how long he's been like this. He's still alive. Undo what he's done. Yep.
This is what life is like as a captain on a fishing boat. I love this trend where people are using filters to make their dogs look really guilty. Here's a great example of how your immune system is always fighting to keep you alive. You can see how these white blood cells suddenly swarm and attack this parasite.
Take it easy. Let it go. See you, boys?
In case you didn't know, the new iPhone update is actually really cool. You can take a picture of any text that you see, copy it, and then paste it. Here's a really simple but cool science experiment. If you take ice cubes and put them in a glass of veggie oil, you can actually see the ice cubes melt. Scientists are testing to see if spiders are scared of spiders, and it turns out they are. In this first test, you can see the spider is curious and wants a closer look at this object. In the second test, a spider checks out this fake spider, gets scared, and runs away.
Bark at your dog.
Roof!
These two horses kissed each other for the very first time. In case you didn't know, toucans like to honk when they are happy.
annoying. You are annoying.
There's a river in India that is considered holy in Hindu culture, so many people will bathe themselves in the water. The problem is that this river is so polluted from chemicals that toxic foam covers the surface. This is what it's like to load a shell into a tank. Why is this farmer harvesting crop in the middle of a city with over 300,000 people? This is the result of a farmer in Poland that refuses to sell his land to developers. One of my subscribers has a dog that loves watching my videos. Hello everyone, this is your Daily Dose of Internet. The airport security had to take this guy to the back room for a closer look.
Should I get a dog? Should I get a dog? Should I get a dog?
This professional biker went off a massive cliff in France.
What song are you listening to? What song are you listening to?
Actually, just nothing.
Nothing?
Yeah,
Oh,
I didn't
okay.
want anyone to talk to me.
Oh, okay.
This poor person had no idea that their audio was messed up.
Hi, my name is Darius.
Hi, my name is Serena.
Here's a really cool device that can shoot out ring bubbles underwater. A police officer saw that this car was not slowing down for these pedestrians and saved the day.
You ever heard this sound on a plane before? You ever wonder what that means? A high-low chime like that means that one flight attendant is trying to call the other flight attendant, or the flight deck is trying to call us. If you hear 3 of those, that means it's an emergency, but you never will have to hear that.
One of my subscribers was walking around at night when all the streetlights started to flicker. I found a bird that enjoys tracing words and pictures on a tablet.
Good girl.
An alpaca gave birth, and the baby was very, very skinny, but perfectly healthy.
That is Archie. It's literally just born. We're just drying it off a bit because there's a little bit of wind. And it is a spotty. It's big. Very long neck and legs. Mum's a first-time mum. We had to give a little bit of a hand to her.
Both back legs on this cat are paralyzed and can never function properly again, but that doesn't stop him from running around at high speeds.
I'll just call you. Do you want me to still call you when it's ready? Probably better if you don't come call.
Yeah, tell the puppy you love him. I love him.
This was a planned demolition of a power station, but the players were very surprised. This moth snuggled up on this person's arm. This guy owns a baby snapping turtle, and the turtle keeps biting their own arm.
It kind of looks like mud as well. One of the only animals whose inside of their mouth is camouflaged. Stop biting yourself. Hey. Yeah, it hurt because you bit yourself, bud. Stop it.
Come on, Maggie. Come on.
This boat has a retractable hydrofoil to give a smoother ride. This is an alligator gar, which is basically a living fossil. This type of fish has been around for over 100 million years.
She's probably at about 240 pounds, maybe somewhere around there, but absolutely massive fish. We're gonna go ahead and get her on back. Beautiful fish. All right, you ready? Wow. Hi, big girl. She took off.
This guy's back again with another sneaky way to get out of work. Someone made this incredibly realistic wolf mask.
Oh my god!
A car was out of control and rolling down a hill when someone jumped through the window to stop it. I found this video of a really bouncy minivan.
My god!
Big Apton.
One of my subscribers sent me a video of a spider bouncing on their web. Some spiders will bounce like this as a defense mechanism when they are scared.
2, 1, see ya. Nice.
It went a little right.
Alright, we're in a little bit of a...
These food delivery robots seem to keep having issues.
No way.
A company built hundreds of mini castles to turn them into luxury homes, but the company went bankrupt in 2018 and they still stand there today totally abandoned.
And we're like in the mountains too, so it's like beautiful out here.
This is pretty scary. How would you like to run into this guy underwater? We now have the ability to turn humans into diamonds by using the cremated ashes from a loved one.
The ashes then go into a custom-made graphite crucible where it is turned into pure carbon.
It's high pressure, high temperature, and over time, it's going to be transformed into a raw diamond.
One of our master cutters takes the rough diamond and cuts the exact shape and size out of that rough diamond.
My only goal in life is to be as happy and carefree as this little bird. This guy found an anteater that wanted to square up and fight.
Brabo, rapaz. Não pega não. Tadinho do bichinho, nós vamos salvar ele. Aí ó, na frente do lago aqui em Paraíso do Norte, ó. Brabo, rapaz, esse cachorro aqui.
This person noticed something kinda creepy about this computer camera. For some reason, the camera has the ability to see through plastic. Even though the cover is on, you can see the batteries inside of this remote. These two fish really don't like each other.
What the heck is going on here?
god, this is so funny.
Someone put a keyboard, a computer, a mouse, and a computer screen all on one device.
A sliding keyboard, a fold-out screen, and you can even play Minecraft on it.
That's close enough. Get.
In case you didn't know, transparent TVs are now a thing you can buy. This bear heard these people laughing at him. These guys were out in the wilderness when a bear got too close to their campsite, so they got on their snowmobiles to scare the bear away. The problem is that they got a little too close to the bear.
Is my hair sticking out when I do that?
No.
Are you serious? Tell your father what you just told me.
Stopped at the toilet again, and it was too big to go down, so I just had to grab it, put it in the bag.
So there's turds in that bag.
Just one, but...
This person's new car they ordered was just delivered.
Why he ain't hear me?
Here's what happens when you put a skateboard wheel underneath a water jet. A wild boar smashed through a metal gate in China. Here's a 22 million year old piece of amber with a termite inside of it. What's cool is that you can still see the termite's very last meal moving inside of its body. About 80 years ago, the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor in Hawaii during World War II and sunk a ship called the USS Arizona. Today, it's a memorial and the final resting place of over 1,000 US sailors and Marines. What's interesting is that 80 years later, you can still see leaking oil coming up from the ship down below. These bees work together to open up a bottle of soda.
As abelhas se juntaram para roubar o meu refrigerante. E elas vão conseguir, cara. Ó, a brisa. Malditas!
This dog suffers from psychomotor seizures, but this other dog helps calm him down.
หอยอะไรอ่ะอันนี้ก็ไม่เคยเห็นเหมือนกันนะครับน่าจะมีชีวิตอยู่นะลองจับดูนะครับอุ้ย
This bug jumped on this drill and went for a ride. A sheep got tired of being told what to do all the time and decided to fight back.
Walk up. Walk up. Steady walk. Steady walk.
These people found a turtle on the side of the road and helped out by giving some water.
He likes it. Where the Duce at, bruh? He had a long one. Oh, he's so thirsty. You ready? Open up, Papa. Oh.
This person created a breathing machine to show what smoking cigarettes does to the inside of your lungs. Here's a time-lapse of how the moon transitions during a lunar eclipse. This person put a red-hot ball made of tungsten on top of an anvil made of lead. A seagull smacked this girl in the face and was still able to fly away just fine.
Get on the ground! Do it now! Get on the ground! Get on the ground! Drop the gun!
This person was just watering their plants when the police showed up chasing a suspect. This cat has an interesting looking walk. This is Aries, who is a cat that was born with hyperextended rear legs. He isn't in any pain and is pretty much a normal cat in every other way.
Sunrise, come here. Come here.
Oh, I'm gonna get my... Look, my trousers are getting dirty. Look at the state of my feet. I've got to try and get over there.
Without using any speakers, this person is able to make music by only using an electrical arc. Over the span of 40 years, this man grew his own bonsai tree forest.
Hey, everybody! My sister's pregnant! I'm gonna be a dad!
This YouTuber made the most expensive carbonated water ever. He took diamonds and burned them until they created carbon dioxide. He then took that carbon dioxide and created carbonated water.
At over $1,000 for this bottle though, not even counting labor, I still wasn't sure if it was actually worth all the work and money. Tastes, exactly like soda water.
This person ran into the same car twice within a few minutes.
Blah, blah, blah.
NASA just released video of their rover landing on Mars. This is the first time that video footage has been captured of a spacecraft landing on another planet. Here's a cool visual of how our solar system is traveling through space. The sun is moving and dragging all the planets along with it. If you take a sweet potato and put it in water, it will start to grow. This cat is completely blind, but has some unique looking eyes. This professional completely took over this ski village. This person did a prank using a fork and a magnet.
Gutta, 3, 2, 1, go!
These guys pretended that they were hit by a car to try and extort money from people, but didn't realize that this was an undercover police car. This poor puppy was terrified of the vacuum. an astronomer captured this amazing video of the surface of the sun.
I'm the chosen one.
This guy has some amazing stretchy hair. A few days ago, a carnival ride started dangerously shifting around. The ride was not properly grounded and began to lift off the ground. It was on the verge of tipping over, but luckily a crowd of people leaned on one side to offset the weight. The people were able to safely exit the ride.
What are you going? You're gonna go for a are we gonna go for a walk? Oh, are we gonna go play?
I can't find my screwdrivers anywhere. Like, where did they go?
Annie and Poppy's house. Sleepovers, hugs and kisses, milk and cookies. Trespassers will be shot.
This person can solve 3 Rubik's Cubes while juggling, while also reciting the first 314 decimal places of pi.
3.14159265358979323846264 60631. And that is all 3 cubes.
Here's how much some of the most expensive paintings in the world are worth. Here's a close-up view of insects flying in slow motion. This person was casually driving around on 3 wheels. Here's a cat that stands like this. Here's an MRI of what it looks like when you rub your eyes.
You cannot have an entire loaf of bread! Stop
it! I don't care! You can't! Get off!
This pigeon was walking around and intentionally put on some bread necklaces. Would you swim in a pool with a glass bottom view like this? This dog is trying to plead that it's innocent.
My headrest.
Babe.
You do. You lift your tail up. No, you lift your tail up and you rub your butt on the headrest. No, you're not supposed to do that. You're not supposed to. No, you're not.
This Christmas light display is absolutely amazing.
You down there, buddy? 3, 2, 1. Woohoo!
Please stay in school and don't end up like this cat.
Oh, less self-control, please. Can we? Oh my gosh.
This dog likes to go for a ride in a helicopter. This chipmunk has been trained to eat on command.
Go.
A diver found thousands of moon jellyfish to swim through.
Oh.
There's a neighborhood in Texas with some interesting street names. You have Sameway, which connects to Right Way. You have Right Way, which connects to My Way. Right Way also connects to Which Way. Straight Way also connects to Right Way. And then you have This Way that's connected to That Way.
Oh no! Hooch! They took your bones! No way!
Back in 2018, a volcano in Hawaii erupted, creating a giant river of lava. You can see how quick and dangerous this lava river is moving. A cat got too close to a candle and its tail caught on fire. The outer layer of fur was protecting the cat from any harm, which is why the cat didn't freak out. The fire then put itself out a few seconds later. This person made a stop-motion skateboarding animation while lying on the floor. This person's roof broke open during a thunderstorm. These are goose barnacles living on a piece of wood on a beach, and this is what they look like up close. This is how some police officers train their reflexes. They need to be able to quickly recognize who is a threat.
That would be the innocent. Oh.
Is that Grandma? Grandma's fast.
There's two. There's three.
It would seem that this mountain in Spain has a permanent lenticular cloud hovering over it. A photographer captured some amazing shots while flying over the southwestern United States.
Ready, set.
Kiki, that's just a sock. It's just a sock.
This is called a blue dragon, which is a type of sea slug. They're very small, at only about an inch long, but they can deliver a very painful and dangerous sting if they are threatened. This is a heads-up display that many commercial airplane pilots get to use while flying.
Carpool, carpool, carpool. Woohoo! Woohoo! Ha-ha! Молодец!
This is called frazzle ice. When the water retreats, it instantly turns from slushy water back into snow.
Snow, but again, it's soft, it's unconsolidated. You would plunge right into that.
Tesla is known for their electric cars, but now you can get a Tesla roof if you wanted to. It's a solar-powered roof that is designed to look like a regular, ordinary roof. So now solar power can be used to directly charge the Tesla vehicle.
What in the world, man? See? That's good.
This cat realizes that their owner has a baby growing inside of them.
I've got a dense gas here. I'm gonna breathe it in. We're gonna see how it sounds.
This is sulfur hexafluoride, otherwise sometimes known as the deep voice gas. What happens if I breathe in a gas that's even denser? This is perfluoride butane. If sulfur hexafluoride is the deep voice gas, this is the deeper voice gas. I am the Dark Lord Featherbit and I've come to eat your shit.
This dog went on a zipline and had the greatest day ever. This person found out that they could flash freeze their water bottles. This is the radar police officers use to look for cars that are going too fast. The top left number shows the rough average speed of a group of cars. The top right number shows the fastest speed out of a group of cars. The bottom left number is the speed of cars traveling behind the police vehicle. The radar is also capable of only tracking the speed of cars that are traveling in a specific direction.
No.
This turtle managed to perfectly balance on top of this other turtle. This is where the airplane crew can go rest when there is a long flight. China decided to build a replica of Paris. They tried to copy everything down to the smallest detail by using the same style of architecture. The Eiffel Tower they built is only about a third of the size of the real one.
Мы с Тамарой ходим парой, да? Як це мило. Котики.
This giant chimney in Slovenia was converted into an extreme rock climbing wall.
Oh. Oh.
Nice.
This person has cancer and recently underwent chemotherapy. Here is a video of him showing the side effects of the treatment.
Are you videoing? Oh my gosh. Are you serious? Oh my gosh. I have to cut it. I'm gonna cry.
That's okay.
That's crazy.
This patch of grass got a water bubble stuck inside of it. This bunny hates it when someone messes up the sheets on the bed. This guy made his own grappling device. This person got their hair wet to see if it would freeze out in the cold. This is called a trapjaw ant. They have a unique ability to use their mandibles to launch themselves out of danger. This ant fell into a sand pit and was going to be eaten by a predator, but was able to launch itself to safety.
Affordable plans so that you can get coverage and save money. Is that something you're interested in hearing more about?
You're talking to an elevator.
Oh my god, a burrito. Can I have some?
Yeah, sure.
Oh wait, but what meat is it?
Let me check.
This guy wanted to see if he could chug sparkling water without burping.
Oh my gosh. What do I do?
Scientists have the ability to trigger lightning strikes by launching a rocket into a cloud with a long metal wire attached to it.
Yeah! Nice!
Whoa, nice.
Oh, yeah!
Wilson just coughed and farted.
These guys went to California to visit the original location of the iconic Windows XP wallpaper to see what it looks like in 2021. When they arrived at the location, they were disappointed to see that the hill was turned into a vineyard. A giant realistic 3D cat appeared on a billboard in Japan. I was out on a hike when I found just a regular dandelion, but right next to it was an enormous giant dandelion. This is actually a Western salsify, which is closely related to dandelions. I recently made a visit to Seattle, and on the plane ride in, I recorded this amazing view of some mountains. A huge slab of concrete crushed this person's car. Luckily, he was fast enough to move out of the way.
So he's going straight out. We're going straight out. Right there, okay?
I just see the dental implants or something.
Yeah, me too.
Oh my god!
This is called a Lycra-tube, and it's a game that will always have an entertaining result.
Someone's gonna.
This guy bought himself a condo right on a NASCAR motor speedway. It's just a regular, ordinary home, but he can watch a race for free whenever he wants.
Don't let me go. Don't you let me go.
I can't hold on.
Don't you let me go.
Tommy! No!
Oh my god.
This is what it looks like when the whole squad rolls in unison.
God, guys. Oh my god!
Yeah, so that wasn't a door. It was actually a piece of insulation that got caught in some high winds.
Oh my god!
This is a PSA. You can't believe anything you see these days. These glasses aren't even real. Neither is my face. All this stuff was 3D tracked on using these dots that I drew on with this marker. Actually, the marker isn't real either. Neither is the background. Or my face. Have a good night.
Not sure why, but this video exploded on TikTok and Instagram over the past couple days. This sheep was stuck in a trench and got rescued.
Умничка, умничка, за обе ноги. Молодец, Вера, умничка, умничка. Все, операция удалась. Дурак!
In case you didn't know, toucans have transparent skin that allows you to see their bones and veins. Someone named Josh invited a bunch of other random people named Josh into a group chat. The purpose was to set up a fight to determine who is the most deserving of the name. The last Josh standing gets to keep his name, and every other Josh would need to change their name. In the end, the smallest Josh was named the winner. These chickens are worth about $5,000. They are completely black, even their internal organs are black. They have a dominant gene that causes hyperpigmentation.
Oh, bless it. Oh, I love it.
This big dog showed this little dog what a real bark is supposed to sound like. There was a large flood in Australia a few years ago, and a camera captured the time-lapse video footage. I was given permission to show this video of these strange eggs that were laid by some type of amphibian.
Weird, man.
How did you see that?
Something that stands out.
Oh, hold on, you moved it.
Sorry.
Wow.
I found a blacksmith that makes swords using his bare hands. He told me that he dips his hand in water to form this protective barrier when he hits the burning hot metal.
Here goes.
So one of my subscribers accidentally dropped their sunglasses into an orangutan enclosure and captured this amazing video.
Oh yeah, try to. Yes. Oh no.
I found a sad video of the abuse shopping carts go through every day.
But tell me this is not like the cutest cart ever.
Oh no! No!
These people have a friend that will stare at you while sleepwalking.
Do you want me to wake him up?
This person tried picking up a frog.
1, 2, 3.
You did not.
A spectator tried distracting these basketball players. This is probably the greatest video you'll see today.
I almost just kicked that rock. I'm not gonna fall.
A buffalo came by to help this tortoise that was upside down.
Oh my god. Let's go.
These high schoolers put up a Christmas tree in the boys' bathroom.
Come on.
Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Here's what a porcupine sounds like when they eat.
Try it, bud. Dude, okay, there we go. There we go.
Here's a little turtle going for a swim. This hedgehog was sitting in the street and didn't want to move, so this crow came and helped guide it to safety.
still here. Go away.
Here's an interesting trick you can do. Take a receipt that you got from a store and get some hand sanitizer. You can make the ink disappear. The alcohol in the hand sanitizer causes it to dissolve. About 30 years ago, this church was abandoned, so a bunch of skateboarders bought the property and turned it into an indoor skate park. This company made a handheld device that allows you to see inside of objects. This person found out that the remote to control their fan also controls the lights for the neighbors across the street.
Light.
From the ashes he will rise again. This cat was very curious about touching this candle.
Do you understand if you wax it, the candle's going on the ground? He's gonna wax it. Did you get that? Oh my god. Oh! Did you get it?
Someone broke into this guy's truck and stole all of his tools and camera equipment. After a few days, he found all of his equipment being sold online. He made an offer to meet with the seller and brought the police with him.
Damn boys, Ronan S back, glide cam, tools. We back in video business, boys.
In case you didn't know, Jupiter has a lot of moons. And I mean a lot of moons. 79 of them to be exact. This person made a small shelter so that the street cats in her neighborhood have a place to warm up in the winter. This cow was trying to catch some snowflakes with its tongue. Thailand is having issues with smog and pollution, so they are turning to science to try and help out. They are trying to make artificial rain by dispersing different types of salts into the clouds. A curious pufferfish wanted to take a selfie with a scuba diver. These guys were going for a joyride and spun out their car right in front of a police officer.
Oh my god, bro. I'm getting arrested, bro. Yeah, I literally have no words. All I can say is sorry. That's it. That's literally it.
I just realized that my dog is 9 years old and I never told him my name.
My name is Jen.
Dunkin' Donuts has a policy where they have to throw out all the donuts that were not sold that day. An employee working at Dunkin' Donuts documented how he had to throw out hundreds of donuts every day. He asked why he had to throw away donuts that were only a few hours old and they did not give a reason. He then started giving donuts away to homeless people and was fired for doing so. This cat was very confused about what was happening. Here's a computer animation showing all of the active satellites that are currently moving around Earth.
Beatrice.
Here's a very polite cat. This person has a unique method of creating art. Rock, paper, scissors is actually wrong. Paper can defeat scissors. All it needs to do is spin really, really fast.
You are.
Yeah, shut up, honestly.
You're gonna, you know what? Next summer you're gonna be wearing your string.
Hello?
Hi?
Hi?
What's wrong?
If you own pottery that was made before the 1970s, there's a good chance that it's radioactive. Many plates and cups that were made in the United States were painted with a glaze that was made of uranium. Here you can see the radioactive particles moving off this piece of pottery. Some cars have built-in air jack systems to make it really easy to change the tires.
Janice. Janice. Say hi.
This is what the best hospitals in the world currently look like. Robots will travel around the hallways delivering supplies. They even know how to use the elevator. When a nurse clocks into work, this is how they get their clothes. This is how quick and easy it is to clean silverware that has been tarnished. This is a blind hunters use to hide from animals, and this is what they look like from the inside. This pizza delivery person was not expecting to see a chimp answer the door.
Hi, you're so cute. Oh my god!
Hello?
This guy got behind enemy lines and made this person think he was helping out a teammate.
Oh man, I'm out. Can you give me a mag? Here you go.
Ow. Bro.
Yeah.
Hit.
Sorry, bud. Here's your mag back though.
Someone managed to record a dust devil and a volcano erupting at the same time.
Wow, miren, cabal, ahorita lo agarraste. Ah, lo agarré, cabal. Qué espectacular.
If you find a raindrop and angle it just right in the sun, you can create a prism that shows all the colors of visible light. This poor puppy was getting bullied until reinforcements arrived.
Whoa!
One of my subscribers recorded this amazing time-lapse video of moving clouds.
It's loaded. Be careful.
There was netting on the pool that made it look like this dog ran on top of the water. This cat is absolutely disgusted with his baby. The United States Marines use what looks like a giant washing machine to train for rollovers in a vehicle. This guy can do some incredible bird sounds.
The American robin. The goldfinch. The western meadowlark. The common loon. The house finch.
Babe, you know the garbage needs to go down tonight. You hear me? Keith! Keith!
A pilot told this airport to dim down the lights because they were too bright.
Tower, are you able to reduce the runway lights, please? Thank you much.
This is a single-celled organism called a diatom. They are interesting because their cell walls are made of silica, which makes them the only organism that are made of glass. They live in oceans and rivers and lakes and produce 20 to 30% of the world's oxygen. To put that into perspective, the Amazon rainforest produces about 6 to 9% of the world's oxygen. Here are some videos of me feeding squirrels that come by my house. This dog was caught trying to eat a cat. This person looked up and saw these Starlink satellites moving across the night sky.
Whoa.
The audience cheered every time this guy came out to clean the microphone.
What's going on? What's going on? What's happening? Did Ivar try to get in here again with you? Oh no. Oh no.
This guy found a human-sized hamster wheel to run on. You guys, it keeps happening. Someone ordered some food and the delivery guy took a picture to show that it arrived and then stole the food. This is an axolotl, and people like to joke that they look like real-life Pokemon. Well, it's not a joke. Sometimes they actually do evolve and transform into a salamander, which is a totally different animal. They lose their gills and develop lungs and breathe air. I found a video of a bug that looks like he spent way too much time looking at a computer screen. It's called a giraffe weevil, and they can be found in Madagascar. Because of the recent pandemic, the cruise line business took a big hit. Since there is no money coming in and cruise ships are incredibly expensive to maintain, cruise lines are sending their ships to graveyards to be sold for parts. This is called red lightning or red sprites. They are large electrical discharges that occur above thunderstorms. This photographer captured images of red sprites forming in China. They are so large that they are about the same size as a major city and can be seen from space.
Gigi! Stop!
It's hard to see, but that little white speck is a human egg next to a coin to show how small it is. If you still can't see it, here are 10 human eggs all clustered together.
Peter, are you in airplane mode again? You fly around like...
A zoo installed a new security camera and it scared the snow leopard.
Check out my super secret drawer here. You try to open it, right? But then it's blocked by the stove. So what do you have to do? Open up the stove. Then you're trying to open it more and it's blocked by the oven light. So you have to turn the oven light on to try to open it further. But then it's blocked by the stove top. So you have to turn this to medium to open it even further. And what do I keep in there? Sponges.
This person made some incredible stop motion animation using playing cards. A stray dog walked into an industrial plant where tar is made to repair roads. The dog stepped into the pit on accident and then fell over. After a few hours of being stuck, the dog was cleaned off and is expected to make a full recovery.
FC ไม่ต้องเป็นห่วงแล้วนะคะมีคนติดตาม
Hey, Zan.
You should have asked.
There's a neighborhood in California located right next to an airport. The neighbors have all of their planes parked in their driveway. The road is extremely wide so people can drive their planes from their homes straight to the airport.
My sandwich.
This person took 720 Rubik's Cubes and made my logo. This family has a piano and they like to play dramatic music while their dogs fight over toys. This streamer is showing off his photographic memory by trying to recreate the pattern the computer is generating.
Dun 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 6 3 9 3 2 revert dun 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 back to back over back cross. We got it. Back to back over back cross.
This is the process of anodizing a piece of metal to protect it from corrosion.
Oh, no, 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 no.
Don't worry, they're actually moon jellyfish, which are completely harmless. This dog discovered a fun way to move down a snowy hill.
Fuska, pojď hned, pojď si Fuska, jdem. Pojď si Fuska.
police officer was chasing after this car when it lost control and successfully launched over the guardrail. These guys gave an old minivan the tune-up of a street race car.
Yo, this ain't no Supra. It's a Toyota Sienna.
Someone made a device that doesn't really accomplish anything. This is what a fish nursery looks like. Unlike typical fish eggs that stay completely still, these type of fish eggs need constant movement and oxygen from flowing water. Here's a really good idea for catching unwanted bugs in your house. This is what the mating dance of a bald eagle looks like.
Can we have like a huge one over here, please? Like right there. I'm gonna try to be Zeus and be like, no! No!
This Twitch streamer created an extremely realistic video game avatar.
Dude, this is where it gets kind of creepy. Compilation, honestly, I would love for better hair, period. Ah! 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 Ah!
Hey, yo, buddy. You want this cheese fool? Oh my god! Hey! Cut it out! Cut it out! I just wanted to know if you wanted to cheese it.
This is so sad. The dog's ball is on the other side of the fence. Here's an animation showing the height of some of the largest tsunamis ever recorded. Someone was recording a mouse when a hawk swooped in.
Yeah, I look good at it. Woo.
Here's an interesting graph showing how carbon dioxide levels have grown over the years. This llama heard someone make a rude comment.
Ew, he's ugly. That's cute. Damn, did I say something?
Panicking, I just tried to get a lizard out of my house and I moved it and his tail fell off and now I can't find it.
The waves outside of this restaurant were getting a little too big.
Oh, it's a big one. That's a big one. Oh, damn.
Oh my god.
The last time I showed a video like this, I got in trouble with YouTube, so just a disclaimer, these are professionals, do not attempt. These people perfectly back their cars right into each other. A skateboarder and a driver both recorded the same meteor flying over Norway. This is called a robber fly, and it pretty much just looks like a giant mosquito.
What's your point now, booby? Oh.
Can someone tell me why this cat is all scrunched up like this?
Wait! Go!
This is absolutely incredible. Please don't try this, as these are professionals.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
What are you two doing?
Here's a cool video of someone flying a plane through a tunnel. So apparently, most people don't realize that the rovers that we put on Mars are actually really big.
No, stop. Stop.
In case you didn't know, most construction workers warm up and do stretches as a team before starting work. In case you didn't know, the Milky Way galaxy is not completely flat like we originally thought. Our galaxy is actually pretty wavy. This guy touched a plane while he was moving in a helicopter. This is a hognose snake, which is a harmless snake that likes to play dead. A sewer in New York City caught on fire for some reason. A piece of this person's eye broke off, and now it just kind of floats around. She told me that she believes she has something called a free-floating iris cyst. This cat's tongue seems to always get stuck on things.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
This dog needed to have their back legs amputated, but that doesn't stop her from enjoying life.
Let's go in for a short walkies.
A scientist sent me this video showing what a baby jellyfish looks like. I recorded a video of me touching a bee. If you have ever wanted to touch a bee, the best time to do so is when they are pollinating because they're just too busy to care.
So it seems this guy didn't build a very deep burrow.
This plane doesn't need much space to take off. This cat got a little nervous and protective when the baby put their hands over the balcony. In 1979, the Voyager 2 spacecraft captured these images of Jupiter. It's interesting to see how the atmosphere of Jupiter moves. %50 of the population of the United States live in the dark purple areas, and the other 50% live in the light purple areas. So if you go to the USA on Google Maps and zoom all the way in on a random spot, you're almost guaranteed to end up on a farm, forest, or desert. Iceland gets so much snow in the winter that the roads end up looking like this. This person doesn't have the bone that most people have in their nose. As a result, she can squish her nose all the way in. This guy was recording when an eagle randomly flew inside the car.
And I'm still looking for a perfect... What the fuck is this? Oh my god. There's a bird in my car.
That's your mommy. You're welcome, baby.
This person couldn't figure out why this Christmas decoration wasn't working. A few years ago, NASA launched a space probe towards the sun. For the first time ever, a man-made object entered the sun's atmosphere. This is video footage captured by the probe showing plasma flying past the camera with the Milky Way in the background. This poor cat was falling asleep. I found a pig that really hates vacuum noise.
So instead of paying $5.60.
No, instead of paying $6.60, I paid $5.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So $1.60 you saved.
Yes.
I'd have given you $1.60 to not tell me that story.
I found a wildlife photographer whose wife was suddenly attacked by a friendly seal. She stays as still as possible because photographers are not allowed to show any sort of affection if an animal comes up to them. A swarm of sea lions swam into the net and started eating all of the fish caught by these fishermen. This FedEx driver had his truck stolen while he was making a delivery.
It was not coffee.
This person has pet parrots that love to fly around during a bike ride.
When you guys are ready, okay? On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3, go! Go! Well done, guys. Well done.
This company makes notepad paper that is made of stone. You can pour ink and water on it and it's still usable seconds later. This person was helping a gopher dig a hole. The gopher was putting dirt into the shovel to be moved away. This is what honey looks like under a microscope. An elderly man fell out of a window and a firefighter was able to grab him and safely bring him back inside.
Excuse me, what is your opinion on the current state of the pandemic? Thank you.
No way they're gonna kill this pigeon. Yo!
The good news is that the pigeon wasn't hurt. This person was skydiving and had a difficult time finding the cord to deploy their parachute. The diving instructor rushed over and pulled the chute for them. This person took a picture of their face every day for 2 years and captured how their acne formed and healed over that time. This cat enjoys getting a good massage. This container was designed to keep food fresher for longer by removing all of the available air. As a result, you can do some fun tricks with this container. This person was pulled over by the police for speeding, and the officer was interested in the color of his car.
That you'll take care of it either by showing up to court or by paying the citation price. Okay. I had a question for you.
Sure, ma'am.
What would you call this color?
It's called satin psychedelic.
This is what a solar eclipse looks like from a plane. Huh? These fishermen found someone 2 miles off the coast of Florida trying to catch a shark while on an inflatable unicorn.
Do you need help? Hey bro, do you need help? There's a rod in his hand. What is he doing over there? What are you doing? What are you doing? I'm catching a shark. You have a shark?
They eventually went down and saved this person.
Get the rod first. Okay.
These dogs eventually realized that they were being tricked. This person jumped off a highway sign in Los Angeles. When you give food to this electric eel, the eel will get excited and light up the sign.
So let's see if we can get him to produce a big old charge here. So I gotta get him interested in food. He's gonna come over this side. You can see it flickering already. Watch this. Woohoo! Look at him just destroy that tilapia.
These people bought a scooter for their cat that is paralyzed.
You can do it!
A photographer recorded this amazing video of lightning bugs at night. Would you take a bite of this forbidden molten lava hot dog? This is what a turtle sneeze sounds like.
That was him?
A sugar glider gave birth to a forbidden jelly bean. I found a website that shows you every single satellite and piece of space junk floating around Earth right now. I found this video of a gorilla with some amazing dance moves.
Watch out. Holy shit.
This is called a tardigrade, and they are probably the third smallest animal in the world. A special camera was used that allows us to see the actual red muscles moving on the inside. This is a pygmy marmoset monkey, which is the smallest monkey in the world. These guys took the wheels off a Lamborghini and replaced them with tracks so that I could drive in the snow. Every time this dog is brushed, she turns stiff like a bad taxidermy. Would you want to go swimming inside a giant school of fish?
Oh my god. This is my new carpet. It's new! Come on, man! No!
This driver likes to scare people with a scary mask while he waits at red lights. This person had their curtains closed and noticed that they created something called a camera obscura. The cars outside driving on the road are being projected onto the ceiling. The streamer's cat really loves her.
I don't know what she's looking at. Oh.
Here's an extreme close-up of what your blood looks like. This person went biking in the mountains of Italy. A giant crack formed last week in Antarctica. The iceberg is larger than New York City and is moving away from the continent. The duck army is rising. This is what it's like to work on top of a wind turbine. So this is really interesting, and I have no explanation for why, but this frog refuses to jump outside of this circle.
Yeah, see?
These police officers were gathering information about this woman's car that was recently stolen.
That's my car. That is? That was my car. Wow. Are you kidding me? Yeah. It's okay, right? I'm gonna get you out of here. Alright?
NASA has a cool device that can simulate what it's like to move around as if you were on the moon.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Literally feels like you're Spider-Man.
Stop, Jackson! You swore!
Everyone knows about the cone of shame for dogs, but what about the cone of shame for hamsters? People keep messing around with these food delivery robots. I learned something new today, and it's the fact that bunnies will stomp their feet if they are upset about something.
Like, I'm sorry you're mad, but you can't just jump out here. Ludwig, there's dogs here. And cats.
Someone was waiting for a package to be delivered to their home when the delivery driver dropped it off, took a picture, and then took it away. This is how a YouTube video can be viewed all over the world in less than a second. These are fiber optic cables that lay deep on the ocean floor, which makes today's internet possible. Over 99% of all data on the internet travels through these deep ocean cables. Someone parked their car in a really bad spot. This giant cloud was seen rolling over a neighborhood in Argentina. This is the kind of intense training that a freediver needs to go through to improve their ability to hold their breath.
That's when I decided I would do a final stroke to end the dive, but it was too late. I had my first blackout at my first competition. The safety divers quickly did the rescue protocol. Blow, tap, talk. Blow air on the face, tap the cheek, and talk to the diver, which will bring the freediver back to consciousness.
All I'm saying is don't give me attitude.
There was a SpaceX launch a few days ago, and the rocket debris was seen falling back to Earth.
Oh my God, what am I seeing?
The triggerfish. The reason it's called a triggerfish, this fin does not go down. You cannot push it down. With the little fin right behind it, that's the trigger. All right.
Do you know who wrote Gullible on the roof? You don't know? Right there. You don't see
I
it?
used to work in elementary school for 9 years. I don't fall for things like that.
Oh, okay. It's just written right there. So.
Yeah, I'm sure it is.
Okay.
Thanks for trying.
Yeah.
This person works for NASA and helped design the rover that landed on Mars last month. He was working at home and his family recorded his reaction when the landing was confirmed.
Yes! Don't break the table.
This mayor in Croatia was being interviewed when a 6.4 magnitude earthquake hit the area.
Pogotovo što sve ono što smo radili u interesu.
Dobro.
Ogroman potres.
Kajde.
This is what the tongue of a cat looks like up close. This cat is obsessed with the smell of this man's beard. This is what it's like to ride the elevator in the Eiffel Tower. Here's a baby armadillo drinking some milk. This dog got caught practicing its mean face. These baby burrowing owls were rescued and then released back in the wild, but they needed a little push. A photographer captured video footage of the International Space Station passing in front of the moon. A monitor lizard entered a store in Thailand and started trashing the place. These people were busy snorkeling when the unexpected happened.
Winston?
Excuse me, please, we're poor. Please, we had to buy you food. Please take us.
This kiteboarder managed to jump over an entire island. This 3D animation company is digitizing the motion of cats with their high-end photoscan and motion capture technologies. This husky was overly dramatic while getting a shot. There's a Dutch canal that travels right over a busy highway. This family had their dogs out when a bear came into their backyard. This person pushed the bear over the wall and grabbed her dogs. The good news is that nobody was seriously hurt. Someone went to a protest but didn't understand the language they were speaking.
SpongeBob SquarePants! SpongeBob SquarePants! SpongeBob SquarePants!
There's an eye condition some people can get that causes a buildup of calcium or fats in the area between the lens and the retina. You can see how these fats shift when the person moves their eye. A car reviewer thinks that this BMW is difficult to get into, but he found a good solution to the problem.
To it. First of all, you put on your get-in helmet, and voila! It's as easy as that. And there's even a special bit here to place it once you're done.
The wind pushed a shopping cart into a car, and the owner was looking for someone to be mad at. When the conditions are right, a mirage can appear on the ocean water that can make ships look like they are levitating. This cat suffers from a disability that makes it difficult to walk, but she was able to walk down the stairs for the first time without falling.
Make me nervous, baby. Good job. Good job, honey.
A very talented artist gave a banana a tattoo. This dog was born with short spine syndrome, but doesn't seem to be too bothered about it. If you take steel wool and burn it, it will gain mass. Steel wool is made of iron. When it burns, it forms iron oxide, which has a greater mass than iron.
Come on, bud.
China recently completed building this unique looking bridge.
Do you... Hi, guys. What?
These guys put a basketball court on top of a mountain. A gorilla knocked over this woman, and she was incredibly lucky to not get hurt. This YouTuber wanted the Dr. Phil haircut.
No, I'm getting this. I'm serious. That is so hot. Here you go.
Thank you.
You can keep the change. Have a nice day.
So this looks like something straight out of a movie. A local forest fire mixed with sunlight made the skies totally red.
Oh, this is really dangerous. Oh my god. It's not gonna come out of nowhere and bite me.
I found a YouTuber that was experimenting with monster magnets. The thing about these magnets is that they need to be placed together very carefully, otherwise this happens. Putting on your pants in space is apparently pretty easy. I found this interesting company that makes self-cleaning toilets. This person delivered some food at this house, and then that same person came back a few minutes later and stole the food.
Oh my god. Oh god, I have to catch this. Mama, ahí viene!
Don't worry, the mom was not attacked by the moose. This dog found some butterflies to play with. A giant squid was curious and started grabbing onto this person's surfboard.
Bye.
A little bit more. Okay, I'm going to... Sara, ma tu sei pazza!
What?
Sara, tu...
What do you mean? I just...
This is not spaghetti, my love, come on.
It doesn't even fit in the
You don't
pan.
understand me. No, you can't cut the pasta so...
But it just didn't fit in the pan.
I don't go in the pan, my love. You cut the pasta. You know that is illegal in Italy.
A professional skateboarder went for a ride on this bridge in Brazil. This owl loves to look at bugs on their tablet. This person went sand surfing in South America.
Any last words? None.
A photographer was capturing the night sky when he saw a train of SpaceX satellites moving together. This person has a cat that loves to spin around. A car in Ohio was spotted driving backwards. Here's a video of me trying a science experiment. If you take baking soda and pour it into a bottle of ketchup, you can make it explode. This archer is skilled enough to curve an arrow on demand. Someone brought a remote-controlled car to the dog park.
Oh, you almost got it.
These might look like regular rocks, but they change colors when you shine a light on them. These are actually ancient pieces of glass that were shaped by being in the ocean for hundreds of years. This person found some really funny windows. Someone got some food delivered, and in the special instructions specifically asked the delivery person to kick the food as hard as they could.
How's it going, brother? Let me see that sign, brother. Nice. Are you homeless? No.
This mom figured out how to make her baby toot on command.
No.
This video has recently exploded and is being shared all over the internet. A homeless man was seen writing advanced mathematical equations on the window of a building, and the internet wants to decipher what exactly he is trying to do. These dogs found a little stick and are so proud of it. All these people were jumping a fence to get into a concert, and this is the one person the police managed to stop. These workers totally screwed up while trying to put up a billboard.
And a half a chicken. That chicken bowl, it's passed for grounded. What does it say? Yo! It don't look right!
One of my subscribers told me that they couldn't leave their home because their cat refused to give up their keys. This is how workers would escape from an oil rig if it were to suddenly catch on fire. One of my subscribers sent me a video of their pet lizard swiping through pictures of other lizards.
Yummy, yummy.
So this guy refused to get help from the paramedics because he didn't want to pay any hospital bills.
Oh, did he just... Tell me what species this is. Bear. What the f...
This poor guy was going door to door trying to sell something.
I don't know if anybody's home, but if you recorded that, send me a video, please.
Like what?
Oh my god.
Alligator! Oh, run!
Oh!
There was a full moon, and this person's Tesla thought it was a yellow light. Someone commented on one of my videos telling me to stop showing cat videos, so this one's just for you, man.
Together.
Yeah!
You have to slap every time.
Okay.
Hi, how are you?
How are you?
Good.
You man.
I found a cool video of someone that made a realistic Captain America shield. A candy factory sent me this video showing how hard candy like lollipops or candy canes are made. Someone sent me a video of their cat attacking their own tail. This pet crocodile was begging for attention and wanted a cuddle.
Good luck, guys. Good luck, guys. Oh.
Hi. Want to say hi?
These people couldn't believe that this guy knew how to speak Nigerian.
Yo, boy, Yoruba. Moji American.
Oh, American.
Yeah. Ṣùgbọ́n mo fẹ́ lọ sí Nigeria.
Yeah, like who's a white boy speaking Yoruba, mommy?
Hey, díẹ̀.
So this is pretty crazy. A tornado came through and picked up some cars in a parking lot. I found a YouTuber that put a camera on a toy car and had it travel through their backyard.
Is it the outlet? Is it the outlet? Are we yelling at the outlet? What did you do?
If you take water and pour it into a glass, it will reverse the image of whatever's behind it.
I asked him how he's been.
These university students created a rocking chair that also knits you a hat at the same time.
Anyone else ever just take their pet catfish out for a walk when it floods?
Oh my god.
In case you didn't know, hydrogen-powered cars are now available on the market. This is what it's like to fill up the gas tank of a hydrogen-powered car. This cat stole some chicken and then tried to run away.
Hey, no, you're a chicken. No, you're a chicken. Oh my god.
Oh man, he's just getting it on.
This cat was talking in its sleep. The giant African land snail is the largest snail species in the world. They are so large that they can take up the length of a person's entire forearm. I posted this video of me petting a horse on my Instagram and I received hundreds of comments from people asking what the mask is for. During the spring and summer, the insects can be very annoying, so this mask protects the horses from flies. The horse is still able to see through the mask just fine. This is how relaxing it is to be a crane operator at a construction site. A basking shark was spotted swimming next to the ship. They are totally harmless and are the second largest type of shark in the world.
There we go.
Come on, sorry.
This is the saw that is used to cut through bones when performing an autopsy. The saw was designed so that it can't cut through human skin, but it can cut through bone.
They vibrate back and forth. They won't cut tissue.
He then demonstrated how the saw works using a bone from a pig. This person has the largest mouth in the world. At just 15 years old, he can open his mouth 3.67 inches wide. Most people can't even open their mouths 2 inches wide. The speaker at this fast food drive-thru didn't look too great.
Large ice water with light ice.
Okay.
And then a large Dr. Pepper light ice.
Large Dr. Pepper, light ice.
And then a Sprite light ice as well, and then that's it.
Okay.
This cat was letting his owner know that he wanted to come inside. Because of a very unique orbit, the planet Mercury will have a double sunrise a few times a year. This is an animation of what that might look like.
Wet like water every time. Splash.
This guy found some strange animals at the zoo.
Look at those things. Do a trick. Wow. Look at them working together. They're an intelligent species. What is that, a walrus?
Mira, está agarrando el agua para que se metan, mira. Mira. Mira.
I found this super cute video of a baby bat trying to eat an entire banana at once.
He's in a filthy mood. So he was called in by Colin. Colin found him low in his grevilleas this morning. So I think what's happened...
When this person turns on the car, the steering wheel starts to spin.
No, never got to see that.
Someone was at the front door, so this person went to go check it out.
Bubba go woo woo.
Oh, too loud.
Too loud. Good boy.
So a fire department received a call about a dead body in the river. They went to go check it out, and it was just some guy relaxing. This looks like something straight from a cartoon.
Okay, I started recording. You can go whenever. Oh, his character lags.
This family was having dinner when the ceiling fan fell down and somehow managed to avoid hitting everyone.
Shake. Shake. Pig. Shake.
How can I help you?
¿Hablas español?
Un momento. Hola, ¿qué le puedo dar?
Can I get a large Dr. Pepper?
Bruh.
One of my subscribers submitted this video to me. Please don't do this.
Who's a good boy?
Oh! Ow!
This poor deer probably thinks he committed a crime. I really don't think there's anyone more thankful than this little guy before Thanksgiving dinner.
Sometimes I just need to think deep down in my heart that, you know, I'm great, that I should be grateful for everything I have. And sometimes so grateful for everything I have.
Honda has a motorcycle that can stand all by itself and drive itself.
Uber for Jack?
Yes.
Alright, cool. Going to Toyotathon?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. So, hey, just out of curiosity, have you ever heard of the hit game Among Us?
I found a video of a cat pushing a dog down the stairs.
Hey, leave her alone. Oh, baby. Oh my god, are you okay?
This guy made himself a bagpipe with a glove and some straws. This person made a sign to help people who just need someone to talk to.
Hi, you okay? Yeah. Are you going through stuff or what's going on? Whatever you're going through, I'm thinking of you, okay?
Thank you.
How's it going?
Could be better.
What's going on, man?
Just depression.
How long have you been feeling like that for?
4 or 5 months now. I don't know. At this time, I don't feel like I'm being loved. I appreciate it, man.
This is thermochromic car paint. When the paint interacts with heat, it will change color. You can see how the car changes from green to dark purple when exposed to heat from the sun. This little tiny dog chased a big bear up a tree. More and more fast food employees are jumping into sinks on their last day of work. This cat was confused when she heard her owner's voice come from a security camera.
What the heck?
Here's a little snake wearing a little hat. This is what it looks like when a snail lays eggs.
What is that?
It's a turtle.
What?
It's a turtle.
Where are you?
Oh my god, I can't.
This dog did not like the smell of this baby's feet. This is called Braille Screen Input, and it makes it possible for someone who is blind to text on their phone. A combination of the numbers on the screen creates different characters.
This I-S is A-A-D-E-M-O demo O-F of B-R-L rel S-C-R-E-E-N screen I-L-P-U-T input O-N on T I-P-H dot O period portrait.
This YouTuber wanted to see if you could cook meat by slapping it.
And we're off. Yes, we have an increase in temperature, 9 degrees C. Let's go. Yo! 60 degrees! 60 degrees! We got this. Yes! The steak is done! It's cooked! Past that, it actually tastes pretty good. I can't believe it.
Here's a time-lapse video over the span of 20 years showing how these stars are orbiting around a black hole. This is a carnivorous plant. So these people gave the plant a piece of mozzarella cheese because it won't have any problems digesting it. This is how an architect draws a city from a one-point perspective. A photographer found a rare yellow cardinal sitting on a fence. Yellow cardinals are so rare that the odds of seeing one are 1 in a million. I wanted to quickly let everyone know that I opened up a store for people to buy Daily Dose merchandise. 100% of the profits will go towards teaching homeless people skills that will help them find a job. The merchandise will ship worldwide, and the link to the store is in the description below.
Camera recording.
I was just joking. Okay. Bye.
This person was selling this amazing whistle that can create several different animal sounds.
And it stays in the roof of your mouth. Monkey. Or a cat. I'm gonna get one. I was gonna get this.
This kid was out playing basketball when a random band drove by and cheered him on. So one of my subscribers drew a picture of a fish, and this penguin is trying to eat it. I found a video of a little turtle scaring away a lion.
So my mom wants to show you her frog.
He's in my rainwater that I supply for my indoor plants. So this is Kermit. He's swimming.
This person found a little tiny octopus while she was cleaning up plastic from the ocean.
3, 2, 1.
Hallo.
Hallo.
Können Sie Englisch?
Yes.
Stabil. Ich bekomme bitte einmal ein Doppelpack-Menü.
I don't understand German.
I recorded a similar video like this on my Instagram, and a lot of you wanted to see it on YouTube, so here you go. Just going for a walk. I found a video of an orca stalking a guy on a paddleboard.
Hey!
This woman gave birth to some really big babies.
I tried to copy that girl. You know, everyone knows her. It is not for the weak. I don't know if I'm just weak or my babies are just chunky.
All Tesla vehicles have security cameras that are recording at all times. This guy obviously did not know this because he thought he could scratch and dent a Tesla and get away with it.
Oh, you're so cute, pup. Let me see you smile. Oh, that's such a cute smile. That's such a cute smile. Pup, let me see you smile. Oh, you're so handsome.
This guy surprised his mom while she was on vacation in Italy, and she didn't even recognize him.
Give me looks.
Oh, Christ. Hello. Scared the crap out of me.
That's it. That's the response we get?
Holy Oh my God!
That's the response.
Oh my God!
A sea lion was being chased by orcas and jumped on this person's boat to escape.
Oh my God.
Well, I was even...
The cool thing about chameleons is that as soon as they are born, they're ready to run around and move. A wall of lava slowly devoured this car that was in the way. This is what happens when you try to call for your dog while your dog is right next to you.
Bentley! Bentley, where are you? Come here. Bentley.
Ready, set, oh putain, allez go.
The bird didn't seem too bothered by the bees as it eats the honey from their hive. Someone ran over a fire hydrant and the water pressure lifted the car up in the air. This is what they're actually hiding inside of your face mask.
What?
This is where American immigrants have come from over the years.
Oh, to the moon!
Companies are beginning to use robots that can grab items off of shelves. Here's a cool time-lapse of a small town in Canada. This supermom saw the reflection of a falling book off the TV and saved her child from getting hit. One of my subscribers recorded this video of a whale inhaling the bubbles coming out of a dolphin.
The dolphin looks so happy.
Hola, soy Dora. Can you say puedes hacerme un sandwich? That means can you make me a sandwich in Strudel?
A package was stuck at a UPS shipping facility. This person was trying to drive with their front hood up. Have you ever seen fireworks like this before? These fireworks can do loops in the sky. About a week ago, New York City was hit by a tropical storm, and as a result, everyone's toilets started to overflow. This guy dug a hole in the sand so his pregnant partner could lie in her stomach. One of my subscribers really wanted everyone to see their pet praying mantis, so here you go.
Sighting entries. Locations of active include Topeka, Rossville, St. Mary's, Silver Lake, Point, Maple Hill, Emmett, Tavia, and Willard.
The family inside of this car was completely safe and nobody was hurt.
But you're just a pretty princess. Come here.
Let me show you why you can't measure the size of the sun based on taking a picture or video unless you're using a proper filter. There's the sun. That's how big it is. Looks a lot bigger until you put a filter on it.
This person was just inches away from getting hit by a car.
Today's new.
3, 2, 1.
Here's a time lapse of a pumpkin growing. This person likes to make desserts and then destroy them.
Hey!
These guys found a baby moose that was stuck in the water, so they stopped to help out.
Ready, Dave? Huh? Yep.
This person made a movie on their fingernail that took 6 months to make.
Show us. Put it in the water. And
Bro, that's not.
oh! Yeah! Oh my god!
These people caught a little squid, but was retaliated by getting inked.
Oh, it's a nice massage.
This teacher wanted to make online school more engaging, so she set up her classes in a similar way to a streamer.
And let us see if we have our wonderful students here. Is KBL here? Oh, I see you in the chat. Thank you for coming. We are now at 20 out of 30 of our attendance goal. I'll be teaching you music theory today. I hope you guys were taking your notes because we are now going to do a quiz.
This guy figured out a hack to make it seem like your camera is broken so you don't have to join the class.
You okay?
This bike has an interesting way of locking itself up. So why do toads just let us do whatever we want with them? Here's something interesting that you can find on Google Maps. If you zoom in at this location in Vietnam, you will find some guy riding a broom and floating in the air. A meteor went across the sky in Russia and turned the night into day. She managed to sneak in some fart spray inside the costume.
What? What?
Sit. Ziva, you don't get a treat till she sits.
See it.
This university used a tortoise to cut the string to officially open their new science lab. This lake is so perfectly smooth that from the front, it doesn't even look like they're moving. This person was born without a collarbone.
Hey, Slee! Are you okay?
This guy's an expert with using a bow staff.
Well, hello there. How are you today?
Words. Well, I'm doing really great, pal. And yourself?
I'm doing awesome now.
Hey, well, can I have one steak quesadilla with extra creamy jalapeno sauce?
I can't say no.
This person helped reunite this baby monkey with the mama monkey. These people own a small business and got excited when a customer bought something. This is what life is like every morning as a goat farmer. This bear was trying to get her cubs to cross the road, but they weren't cooperating. Some schools are starting to use desks that help make sitting and learning a little more bearable. This is the jerboa, which is a rodent found throughout Arabia and northern Africa. Their long back legs allow them to accelerate to about 15 miles per hour. This bird flew into the glass window and got hurt, so this gorilla ran over to make sure it was okay.
Oh my goodness. How?
Are you videoing that?
Yep. I'm talking it.
He's trying to get it. It looks like he's trying to get it to go.
It's fly. As if to say, fly away.
This person climbed to the top of this mountain in Switzerland and got this incredible shot.
We know you're upset about
This is what a baby beaver sounds like.
You're just happy. Oh, you're happy. What? What's wrong?
Yuna, come.
This is what the northern lights look like in real time.
Yep.
This is what happens when you jump on a ship that's going over large waves. This is corn syrup, which is the stuff you will find in your favorite sodas such as Pepsi, Coca-Cola, or Sprite.
Let's go. Come on.
Hamsters love to store food in their cheeks to save for later. This hamster has no fur, so you can clearly see the food inside of his cheeks. This dog is so excited to go outside that he can't stop shaking. This is how aquariums give anesthesia to their fish so that surgery can be safely performed. NASA recently released this time-lapse video of their satellite passing by Jupiter. Here's what the inside of a duck egg looks like while growing. In case you didn't know, the puffballs that come from dandelions are hydrophobic. You can dunk them in water and they will still be super fluffy. This child needs to have surgery but is trying to stay awake and fight the sedatives.
His trunk is still trying to fight lying down. I can feel it.
Look at that. I mean, look at these. He's trying.
This person made a device that can pull on strings at high speeds. This guy put on a mask that makes it look like he isn't wearing his mask properly.
Hello? Sorry?
Did you put your mask up?
My mask, it's up.
You have to put it over your nose.
Sir, it's over my nose.
Oh wow, that is too cool.
You like that? Yeah, this is how we roll.
A hearing was taking place during a virtual court session, and a lawyer forgot to turn off the cat filter.
Mr. Ponton, I believe you have a filter turned on in the video settings to take
We're
a
trying to, can you hear me, Judge?
I can hear you. I think it's a filter.
It is, and I don't know how to remove it. I'm prepared to go forward with it. I'm here live. I'm not a cat.
Here's a time lapse of grapes turning into raisins. This is what it looks like when an osprey goes fishing. This is called a primordial pouch. All cats have them as it helps protect their bodies when they get in fights. For some reason, this cat just has a very, very large pouch. Here's a very unique looking dog. This pipe had a little surprise inside. These people were lucky enough to get an amazing view of this volcano erupting. This person has the ability to move the veins in their body.
Oh my god, what was that, bro? Oh man, cool. Whoa!
For change, we do have a number of guests joining us at the meeting today, but they're well aware of the time, so so I'm hoping they'll be here at the required time. Happy to move, Andrew. Graham.
This is what it's like to try and drive through a wildfire in California. This person went for a swim in a Russian lake filled with needles made of ice. This guy's an absolute genius. This person works at an animal sanctuary and can't even sit down without being covered in animals.
Seriously? Really? Good job.
This person flew a paper airplane through smoke to see vortex formation. This is how you land on the moon. The rocket will leave Earth's orbit and slow down to enter the moon's orbit before finally landing on the moon. I found someone that can inflate their tongue like a balloon. This guy likes to give out random compliments to strangers.
Excuse me, sir, can you do me a favor and maybe, leave some women for the rest of us? I'm sorry! Holy!
A few years ago, a 6.8 magnitude earthquake hit the Philippines. What's cool about this is that nobody in the building was hurt because the building was designed to fight against earthquakes.
What? Are you gonna go get it?
Yep.
Nobody loves drinking milk as much as this cat does. One of my subscribers recorded this video of a rhino balancing a log at the zoo.
Not on purpose.
He's like, check this out.
He's showing off. Like, watch this, guys.
I've been doing my tricks.
Hey, buddy. The circus is no longer around.
Have you ever seen a beetle get a bath? This beetle needed a bath to remove all the mites that was on their body.
I'm going to use some Dawn dish soap and some water and a toothbrush. I dipped her in the water to get her a little sudsy at first, and then I started brushing away.
This person has diabetes and has dogs trained to help her. Her dogs can smell when her blood sugar is too low and will start to poke her.
Good job!
An earthquake in Japan sent the water from this bathtub flying in the air. This is how a handicapped person can go skiing. Here's an extreme close-up of what it looks like when you melt a computer keyboard. These guys helped free this bull that was stuck in a tree.
Ya salió, cuidado!
Here's a time-lapse video of what the Aurora Borealis looks like from space. Here's a cool visual showing how the vegetation in Africa moves depending on the season. Here's an interesting video showing how much plastic waste humans create. A diver found this fast-moving comb jelly. A truck carrying money opened up and scattered cash all over a highway.
Ever seen someone drop money all over the freeway? Literally everybody stopped on the freeway to get money off of the freeway. This is literally insane.
I missed it!
I just want to know how this is even humanly possible. I feel like most people don't really know how flexible an airplane wing is. This dog came home after having surgery and was still a little zooted.
Dude, do you want to lay down? How about you lay down, kiddo? Yeah, go ahead and lay down.
I can't reach it. It's okay, I saw you coming.
This person found a little bug crawling on their rug.
What do you think about life?
The famous graffiti artist Banksy painted on this random person's wall, so the owner of the building decided to cut out the wall to sell it. She waited for someone to come unwrap her, but nobody ever came.
Oh my! Hola, cariño. ¿Qué pasa?
Hey everyone, I am in my apartment right now, and if you look through my telescope, you will see that I found an eagle sitting on a branch in the snow. Two paragliders collided into each other and fell over 4,000 feet into the forest below.
Ah! Big down!
Both people were unharmed because their chutes got stuck in the trees. This driver got a police officer to race him.
Oh my god.
He wants to race.
There's something called thick water, which is supposed to help people that have issues with swallowing. I poured some of it out in the sun, and 3 hours later, it didn't even begin to evaporate, so that was a little concerning. To give you an idea of how thick it is, I stabbed it with a toothpick. This is what it's like to go wing walking. Uber and Lyft drivers are losing their jobs to robots.
Arriving shortly at Fry's Marketplace. Please keep your
self-driving
seatbelt
car.
fastened until we reach your destination, and remember to take all your belongings.
This is crazy.
This is called a safe haven baby box, and they can be found at firefighter stations. It's for someone that recently gave birth and do not want to take care of the baby.
Place their newborn in the bassinet, shut the door, and walk away. The newborn can only be retrieved from the inside of the firehouse. Grab the bassinet. Baby is then placed in an ambulance, taken to the closest hospital.
Someone parked their car a little too close to the ocean, so when they came back, it was swept away by the waves. Nobody was in the car at the time, and the car was eventually brought back to land when the tide went down.
Pickle.
This guy is sick, and one of his symptoms is that he can't taste anything, so he tried eating an onion, lemon juice, and garlic paste.
It's like, so here's an onion. Nothing. Shot of lemon juice. Nothing. That would hurt. Nothing. This is a crazy virus.
This dog is blind and doesn't have any eyes, so the owner likes to put on some googly eyes for fun. This is what it's like for a pilot to fly in a tight formation. If you take a wet toothbrush and pet a cat with it, it supposedly reminds them of getting cleaned by their mother.
I'm gonna stack these cups in under a second on this table. Just watch. Yeah, there we go, new record.
This dog stole a giant brick of butter and refused to let it go. Here's an extreme close-up of someone breaking a pencil. An absolutely massive rat was spotted in New York City.
Welcome back to New York City here.
I found this cool plant called a milkweed. When you crunch it up, it releases a giant cloud of puffy seeds. A photographer had a plane drop water on top of this couple during a wedding photo shoot.
Do you speak Spanish?
Yes, ¿se lo puedo ayudar?
Okay, cool. Can I get number 6?
You just asked me if I speak Spanish for no reason.
basically. But can I get number 6?
Someone decorated their house with Christmas lights in the most over-the-top way possible. A fisherman gave this pelican a big hug. You guys think this dog is guilty of knocking over the garbage can?
Reese! Hey. Reese, you are in so much trouble.
Here's an angry cat that sounds like a car starting up. In case you didn't know, this is what an electric violin looks like. If the conditions are perfect during a sunset, something interesting can happen. Just before the sun disappears over the horizon, the sun will suddenly look green. This happens because the Earth's atmosphere will separate the light from the sun into different colors. An explorer climbed a mountain in Italy to capture these amazing shots. One of the engines on this plane suddenly exploded on a trip to Hawaii. The plane was still able to safely make an emergency landing.
It's Horace! Horace, no, that won't go in your cheek. Come here, no, no. Pass me the broccoli.
Oh. Videos. Hi! Wave. Hey. Oh, that's so good, that's so good!
This guy dressed up as a mannequin to see if anyone would notice.
Hey, should I lay in the middle like it fell over?
Yo!
This cat sounds exactly like a squeaky toy. There's a website that compares the vision of humans to the vision of animals. Here's what dog vision looks like. This is what humans can see at night versus what a gecko can see at night. Snails just can't see very well at all. Giant clams can see color and movement, but they really have no idea what they're looking at. There's only two types of cats.
Peanut.
I recorded this really cool sunset with my phone and wanted to share it with all of you. Even though porcupines have dangerously sharp quills, they love to be pet.
Alright, you can only choose one. Do you want that one? Or do you want all of these? Hey, hold on, what?
A painful cactus got stuck to his leg.
Look at that. Look at this. Look how tight it is.
Getting more in.
Oh!
Come on, Dad.
Oh.
That hurt.
The fisherman caught a fish and then tried to release it, but it wouldn't swim back down. This is because there was air in the gas bladder of the fish. The fisherman helped the fish burp to release the air.
Burp it out. Is that better? Now let's see. Oh, look at that. Away he goes.
What are you doing, Aiden?
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, it's kind of cute.
This piggy did not want to be separated from Dad.
Pinky, you're mama's girl, remember? Come. Pinky. She's a traitor now.
In case you didn't know, doves have transparent eyelids that they can see through.
Come on. So sweet.
Someone found an owl that was sleeping with one eye open.
Hello.
This person found a gemstone that looks exactly like the Cookie Monster.
My dad uses a really old laptop for work. It's so old and broken that it requires a brick to keep upright, so I decided to help him out. So I got him a new brick.
Hey, buddy. Hey, how? What? Oh. You're an ass.
This person suffers from Tourette's syndrome, which means they have body movements that can't be controlled. As a result, trying to take a medical test can be very difficult.
Just close your eyes. Sorry. Just close your eyes. I'm sorry. Ow! Sorry. It's just a bloody conundrum. So close it. Sorry. Close your eyes.
This is what happens when bananas and gravity meet a super sharp knife.
That's God.
Exhaust temperature outlets.
This dog and cat share the same fur colors and the same eye colors. This person creates art by painting on water. This ladybug took a sip of coffee. This is what it looks like to pull a fire alarm. These people in Russia found a baby seal that is so cute that it looks like a computer animation. A tiny crab crawled inside this woman's ear.
Harder. Blow again. It's a baby crab. Don't panic. Stay calm. Yeah, stay calm. There we go. He's coming out. Blow again. Calm down. There he is.
It's crawling up.
Caption it. Food goes here.
This poor guy is totally dead inside. I found this incredible video of farm animals working together to save a chicken that was being attacked by a hawk.
Is that a train?
Do a flip!
Oh!
I guess the Google Maps people gotta eat too, because this driver was spotted in a McDonald's drive-thru. Someone made this really creepy pie for Halloween. NASA recently released this amazing 360-degree photograph of nighttime on Mars. These people captured a seal because there was plastic wrapped around its neck.
It's okay.
When they removed the plastic and let the seal go, the seal didn't want to run away.
Shy. Alright, go. Chill, come in.
This was supposed to be a baked potato.
Oh my! I found this incredible video of skydivers jumping out of a plane just before the plane started to stall and lose control. All the skydivers made it out safely, even the very last guy you see at the end. This video got 20 million views on Instagram because this dog sounds like a man.
It's okay, buddy. It's okay. No.
This person had some wine delivered to their house.
Is your mom in?
Oh, I'm 23.
Oh.
For some reason, this one bird tackled this other bird.
Alright, now I got a little bravery now.
You're gonna try to jump off it.
This little kitten has had enough kisses. A few years ago, NASA captured images of a volcano erupting on one of Jupiter's moons.
Yeah, nice.
Here's a really cool technique Japanese artists use to paint dragons. A surfer managed to ride this huge wave. I found a really fuzzy plant and wanted to share it with all of you. A sheep was lost and then recently found again after a few years. Since the sheep went years without being sheared, it became almost impossible to survive.
I just love how inquisitive he is. Yeah. You're just beautiful. Gotcha.
After getting all the wool sheared off, the sheep was much happier.
It actually is.
Oh! Yo! Oh!
This person has a school textbook from 1915. A student wrote on the first page, "Look on page 100." When you go to page 100, at the top it says, "You are a fool for looking." So we all just got pranked by a 12-year-old from over 100 years ago.
Hold it as much as I can.
What is this pulling out? It just feels good.
Yep, and it brings down the skin's temperature. See how it kind of got stuck on the beard?
A starfish approached this sea anemone and was trying to eat it. This sea anemone has a defense mechanism that helps it escape from predators.
Charlie!
This guy wanted to make his own life-size Lego helmet. Almost all planes that fly from the United States to Europe travel on this same path together. The reason why is because there is a natural jet stream that pushes the planes to a higher speed, saving both time and money. Here's a very round seal.
Oh man.
These people found a very shy conch snail on a beach in Japan.
皆さん、お分かりいただけただろうか。
They might look very cartoonish, but their eyes actually look like that. These people couldn't drive over this bridge in China because the winds became too dangerous. The United States Army recently released video footage showing off what their new night vision goggles can do. This is called a meteor hammer, which is an ancient Chinese weapon, and this is how to use it. This cat was sleeping so heavily that the owner started to get worried.
Wake up.
Despierta, baby. Sammy. Sammy. Oh my god. Sammy. Sammy. Sammy.
This person pulled off an incredible bowling trick. Some poor bird ran into a window and left a mark. This vet saved a fox's life after being hit by a car, and the fox is very thankful.
This hat is mine now.
Sorry, Tim. My sister just gave me that hat. Please, Matt, can I have my hat back? Please. Please, Matt. I'm going to give you back.
This Japanese artist knows how to bring animation to life. China recently completed this massive bridge that will let people drive about 900 feet above the ground. They now have special benches that prevent people from getting crushed when lifting weights. This cat refuses to move out of the way for the vacuum. A few years ago, this family bought an old elementary school and turned it into their home. There's a restaurant that sells giant mozzarella sticks. This cat enjoys sitting in their owner's hand.
And then I wear extra small gloves. It's like...
The student asked the teacher a question but accidentally had a voice changer on and forgot to turn it off.
Okay, any questions before I go on from here? Great. I really understood that well.
This box was in the way of this dog's favorite spot. This rock climber has some incredible strength in his fingers. The ledge is only 6 millimeters thick. Here's a very polite cat. This mother gave her baby a taste of their own medicine. This is what the ultrasound of what a baby elephant looks like inside the mother's womb. Here's someone with a really wide tongue. A passenger captured this incredible video of a plane making contrails. A few weeks ago, Australia removed the mandate of wearing a mask in public. Now people can walk around in crowded places without having to wear a mask. A tortoise is using a device to scratch their itchy shell. The shell of a tortoise has nerve endings, which means they can feel their shell being touched. This deep-sea crab with coral growing on its back decided to jump off this underwater cliff.
Whoa, mate! Look out. Throw the parachute out. Oh my god. Where's it going to land?
It is
Oh, maybe that is the parachute.
As you can see here, we have 4 common educator roles, each of which a teacher generally calls. Oh my god!
Yeah, that was a hard hit, but I spoke with the student and she told me that she was okay and she didn't drink enough water. This person has muscle control that is so good that it's kind of creepy.
She's kind of mean, so I'd just be careful.
Hi there.
Uh-oh.
Oh, what a funny cat.
Oh, she's not. Oh, so sorry about that. Oh my god.
Normally tornado sirens sound scary, but this time the sirens synced up and harmonized to create this beautiful sound.
Seriously, this is crazy.
Someone recorded lightning hitting the same pole over 11 times in a row.
What? 吓死我了。
You can only move one coin and make it say 1, 2, 3, 4 the opposite way.
So 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah. It's like the easiest thing you'll ever see.
1, 2.
In between the 1 and 2.
Oh.
1, 2, 3, 4, dude.
This is how excavators cross the road without destroying it.
Hello everybody. Unfortunately, Daily Dose of Internet is sick and his voice isn't doing very well. But he got a few YouTubers to help out with today's video.
This surfer was about to get swallowed by this giant wave when someone on a jet ski came to the rescue.
Padre, del Hijo y del Espíritu Santo. Amén. Y alabamos, Señor, y te bendecimos porque gracias porque nos has enviado a Jesucristo.
This girl gave a priest a high five while he was giving her a blessing.
This person came home to visit her family for Christmas. Her family was afraid of catching the virus, so the entire house was sectioned off with plastic. The family even gave her an observation window so that maybe she can feel included.
These guys were pulled over by the police because they were speeding. They were completely sober and weren't under the influence of anything and could not stop laughing when the officer started talking to them.
Hey, sir.
Hello, sir. How you doing?
Hi, do you know why I pulled you over today?
No clue, man. I'm sorry.
What's so funny?
Oh, I'm sorry, man. Sorry.
Yeah.
You doing good?
No,
I would enjoy. You want to take it?
People don't normally think it's just funny when they get stopped by law enforcement.
No, this guy, he's just been laughing all day. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
This deer was stuck in a frozen lake, but these people were kind enough to move it off.
You're welcome.
It looks like the police caught the Grinch this year up to no good.
This person got a Zelda pot that shows a surprise inside when it breaks open.
This guy knows how to draw a perfect circle.
An employee at McDonald's decided to jump in the kitchen sink and have a bath.
No.
Oh yeah, it's so
Dude, look at that shoe. Look at that shoe, boy.
Oh yeah. Oh. Stay there. I gotta get this. My phone's speaking. Oh my.
No offense, but please don't come near me.
Whoa. Oh yeah.
This cockatoo loves to dance when this man beatboxes. A cat found a comfy spot to sleep on the sheep. A YouTuber celebrated 1 million subscribers by smashing water balloons in his face. Poor guy couldn't get out of the bowl at the skateboard park.
Hey, bro, you might as well sit.
This mama cat was worried about her baby falling off. I think this duckling might be a little broken. There is still plenty of gold that can be found in small creeks and rivers of the United States, but their locations are often kept a secret. Someone called the police because a party was too loud, so the police joined in. Every day before class, this teacher will draw a different dinosaur for her students. It's that time of the year again. It's time to showcase the best videos from my YouTube channel of the past year. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the best that the internet has to offer for 2020.
Don't say anything.
Pickle.
You are.
Yeah, shut up, honestly.
You're gonna, you know what? Next summer you're gonna be wearing your string.
Jamin. Which way did he go?
Kai. Come.
These students visited an elephant sanctuary, and this elephant slapped a phone away.
Oh! Okay.
Oh my god.
Okay, I guess we don't get too close.
Jaden has $1 bill, $1 and 2 pennies. How much money does he have? Jaden broke.
This guy was going for a drive in his convertible when the roof flew right off.
Let's go.
Excuse me. We know you're upset about
This person can take their nose and push it to make it completely flat. This is what the heartbeat of an artificial heart sounds like. These are striped eel catfish, and they swim together as a giant group to protect themselves from predators. This cat just got a brand new automatic litter box. This person climbed to the top of this mountain in Switzerland and got this incredible shot.
Hey boy, what's up?
I found this guy on the internet that can chug water bottles really fast.
First one. One done. Another one. All done.
Yeah! What the?
Focus. Ja, deze is niet zo mooi.
That's close enough. Get.
What is it? No, do it. He's just nice. He doesn't know. No, it's okay. Come back. They will. Look, he just has to... Yeah.
This mother gave her baby a taste of their own medicine. This squirrel wanted to bury his nuts in this girl's hair. This is what the world record of stone skipping looks like.
All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3.
These people saw a bear that got too close to their car, so they tried scaring it away. A fisherman gave this pelican a big hug. This bodybuilder has complete control over the muscles in his body.
Did you just do that by himself?
Yep.
This otter doesn't like that this plastic box is getting sprayed.
Janice. Janice. Say hi.
This photographer stabilized his camera in a way that showed the Earth rotating. Here's a cat that stands like this.
The jingling of the sleigh bells. That is one of my favorite sounds in the world.
These people watch the clouds roll over the hills in Australia. This driver ran into a giant rock and didn't even really seem to notice. Here's a dog that only has 2 legs but doesn't seem too bothered about it. This tortoise loves to climb to the top of this hill so it can slide down on his belly.
I cannot with him.
This is what an airplane pilot sees when flying through a snowstorm. Here's a deer that loves eating bananas. This photographer likes to film the world and make it look super small. This is called a hooded grebe, and they have one of the most ridiculous courtship dances you will ever see. Have you ever seen a baby wombat? Some cars have built-in air jack systems to make it really easy to change the tires. This man is believed to have the largest hands in the world. His hand size is measured at around 14.5 inches around. This isn't the result of some sort of disease, he was just born with big arms and hands.
I'm not quite sure, but I can do silly things like hide little different things from around the house. Tomato juice. Put it in my hand and no, I can't see it. A lot of people don't realize it's very hard to shop for clothes or shoes. The horses are nice, they're just relaxing to me. Gives me something to do, gets your minds off stuff and just enjoy them.
What did you just say?
Canada made a really cool trick with their money. If you shine a laser through the leaf of a Canadian dollar, a cool design will be projected on the wall. The police now have a safer method of stopping reckless drivers. It's called a grappler, and it's a net that gets tangled in the suspect's tire and is connected to the police car. Astronauts can't really shower in space like they do on Earth. The only way they can really clean themselves is squirting water on their hair and skin and moving it around.
You kind of need to use the towel a little bit to help get some of the dirt out.
This dog was confused about daylight savings time and thought it was time to go to the park.
Potato, it's not 5:30 yet, but we gotta wait another hour. There's no dogs there yet. But no one's at the park yet, Potato. Everyone comes at 5:30. I'm sorry.
Go outside. Go outside.
These people were on a plane about a year ago and had an interesting child sitting behind them. It's very important to eat dinner as a family. Voyager 2 is a spacecraft we launched back in 1977. Scientists were able to send it into space with such precision that it was able to pass by 4 different planets before leaving the solar system. This person went to the dentist and needed their face to be numbed. The dentist kinda screwed up because half her face was paralyzed for 2.5 hours.
Don't be alarmed, it's gonna look like you've had a stroke. Like you're smiling on that side. And you just don't be.
I found a cool video of someone saving their drone from falling into the water after it ran out of battery. This guy found a dog that he thought was his neighbor's dog.
Wait, Raiders in the house. What dog is this then? This ain't their dog. No? It's not their dog. Hey! Whose dog is this?
Most babies like to cuddle with teddy bears, but this baby only wants to cuddle with an HDMI computer cable.
It cuddles with HDMI wires. Sorry, here you go. You can keep it.
One of my subscribers rolled a cookie onto an elevator. I found a video of a fox trying to eat a photographer. This driver had a human windshield wiper. This kitten was watching YouTube videos on how to properly groom. Here's a dog that looks like a frog. This guy came home and wanted to surprise his mom. So I found this video of a cool fish with a see-through transparent head. I kinda got weirded out once I learned that these are not their eyes. These are their eyes, which they use to look for food. Scientists wanted to study how someone with ADHD behaved when watching 2 very different subjects. Pilots in small planes will only do this as an emergency, and in this case, nobody was injured. I love getting comments like this. This one's for you, buddy. I found this video of this giant massive tornado. What's cool about this is how it just suddenly disappears. So this is pretty scary. Here's an extreme close-up of a mosquito sucking on a victim. There's a very popular ladder located in Austria that people love to climb. This guy had no idea that he ran right past a mountain lion. The largest sandcastle ever built was made in Germany in 2019. It was created using only sand and water. The castle was almost 60 feet tall when it was completed.
Get roly poly.
This microwave only worked if the door was opened. SpaceX recently had a rocket launch that looked absolutely incredible. This person started drone surfing on a road.
Ai, Zima, dois beijinhos, beijinho, 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 beijinho. Rezão!
An octopus tried to eat this person's foot. Here's some time-lapse video footage of slime mold growing over the span of only 4 hours.
Hey everyone, my name's Drew, and I can do a relatively convincing female voice. This is how I sound talking normally.
And this is how I sound doing the female voice impression. I get a lot of people that ask me to say specific lines in this voice, and honestly, I can understand why. It's kind of funny to hear specific things. Honestly, I actually like going out and messing with people who have never heard me speak like this before. I like hearing their reactions and seeing them too. And I hope all of you have a great rest of your night or day.
This guy can easily catch fish with his bare hands.
Hillbilly hand fishing part 3.
Hey! One of my subscribers made a mini tornado in their living room. They used a smoke machine to make the smoke and then turned their ceiling fan in reverse to create the tornado. A giant wave came in and took out the bridge on the ship.
Нихуя себе! Yo! Yo ass, here we go. The bear can bite you, boy. See that?
Hey! He left the freaking hose on. Oh my god. Y'all water bill gonna be high.
A car crashed into this tattoo parlor, but luckily nobody was hurt. This cat loves to find random garbage and bring it back inside. This person just kinda doesn't care about anything at all. One of my subscribers recorded this video of penguins that were curious about a shadow. So this is pretty cool. This saw can both measure and cut wood at the same time. So this is pretty sad. A crab found a medicine bottle to use as a shell. I found a video of a French artist that made himself a floating rock boat. A cat snuck into a stadium and then started hanging from a balcony. Some fans down below spread out an American flag to catch the cat. The cat was saved and amazingly didn't get hurt. This car had to get fixed because the trunk was closing a little too fast. So this is kind of creepy. This walrus would not stop staring at this dog.
Go bigger. Go bigger. Go bigger. Come on, go bigger. Go bigger. Go bigger. Yeah.
I found this crazy video of someone riding a snowmobile over a lake.
Where there's a will, there's a way. Oh my god!
A diver found a seal that just needed a hug. One of my subscribers recorded this time-lapse video of clouds in the night sky that moved like waves in the ocean. This is the deepest pool in the world. Located in Dubai, this pool has a max depth of 196 feet. That's about the same length of 5.5 school buses lined up together. There was something wrong with this person's plumbing that caused their faucet to drink water.
no.
This person wanted to get into a bar and asked these police officers how realistic his fake ID looked.
Just got a quick question. Like, how fake does my fake ID look?
How fake does it look?
Yeah. I'm trying to get into Harper's.
Yeah. I don't know. Looks good to me.
Looks good?
Yeah, why?
You think I can get in with it?
Well, you can try, see what they say.
All right.
Yeah.
This is how professional rock climbers go to sleep for the night.
Squishy! Hey, Squishy! Feel the cheek, Squishy.
Scientists found a rare glass octopus in the middle of the Pacific Ocean at a depth of 650 meters. This cat found a fly on the table. Here's a cool demonstration of how a lion's retractable claw works. A scientist found these interesting fairy shrimp swimming in a pond. This woman was cooking when a tornado suddenly spawned in her pan.
Where'd it go?
No! Oh my god!
Cutting onions made the air a little too spicy.
And then is there a locking button on the top right? Right above about us.
No, not that one.
You look so cute.
A little echidna was recently born at a zoo in Australia. A gaming cafe in the Philippines recently flooded, but that didn't stop them from gaming. Even if you've never been in New Zealand, there's probably a good chance you will recognize these rocks anyways. These rocks have been seen by millions and millions of people. These are the rocks from the Windows 10 lock screen. This is where everyone lives. The more crowded the area, the more red it is, and the less crowded an area, the more purple and blue it is. This is what a volcanic eruption looks like from space. This truck was moving a wind turbine blade over these train tracks, and they didn't do a very good job with planning ahead. The truck driver didn't sustain any major injuries. A few days ago, 15 buildings in China had to be knocked down at the same time. The buildings were never completed and were seen as too dangerous to live in.
Granny, what are you doing? I'm having a cookie. Granny, those cookies aren't for you.
What do you mean? They're for everybody. You bought them only for you?
No, but I didn't buy them for me either. Granny, they're dog treats.
One of my subscribers has a dog that wants to bite every car that passes by.
That's right.
A few years ago, a space probe landed on a comet and briefly captured these images. One of my subscribers recorded this amazing lightning strike. I found a cool video of a robot that uses lasers to destroy weeds that are growing on farms. This bread factory takes bread that is about to expire and puts it out in the sun to dry. The bread is then given to farmers to feed their animals. This bodybuilder has complete control over the muscles in his body. I previously showed a video of a beaver making noises and you guys loved it so much that I'm giving you a higher quality video. The National Film and Sound Archive of Australia has the last known film footage of a Tasmanian tiger filmed in 1935. The Tasmanian tiger became extinct the following year. Some people have jobs working on power lines, and the only way to get there is by helicopter. This is what the afterburner of a fighter jet looks like at night. If you've ever bought an apple from a supermarket, you will notice something interesting. Take a knife and look at the wax that falls off. Apples that are sold in grocery stores are dipped in a layer of edible wax to keep the apple looking shiny and fresh. A kangaroo jumped on this guy's car and broke his window. This person can do a really weird trick with their belly button. This cat really wanted to eat this potato.
Морти, куда? Куда? Отдай. Да, где Морти, отдай. Отдай картошку. Отдай картошку. Что ты делаешь? Блин, зачем тебе картошка? Зачем тебе? Зачем тебе картошку? Отдай. Блин.
Yo, Pudgy, how you feel about people saying you sound like Yoshi?
This poor guy couldn't get inside of his own house because it was so icy. This moose got stuck in some ice, so these people stopped to help out.
Yes.
Aw, he can do it, but you have to give it back. You have to give it back. Give me the egg. Drop it. Aw. Oh my god. Stop!
There's a cool website that shows you the actual size of countries. You can easily fit the USA and India inside of Africa. Greenland might look absolutely massive, but it's really not that big. Russia might look huge, but it's only a little larger than the continental USA. This deer attacked this inflatable snowman. A photographer wanted to see what pills look like when they dissolve in our stomach.
Dude, what? How? How? Are there this many of you right now? You guys are unreal.
You alright, mate? You can't park there, sir.
This guy was trying to get the snow off the roof, and it worked a little too well. This bat is 33 years old and is too old to fly anymore, but with some help he can still do it. This person set up a synthesizer that allows us to listen in on the electrical signals that mushrooms create. This newborn baby looks completely exhausted.
Are you ready for the grand finale, Hazel? You have to wash your booty.
Cozy.
The back end. time to wash the bottle.
The Russian military made a giant hovercraft that is capable of amphibious landings. This guy can pull off some amazing tricks with just a mechanical pencil and a blueberry. I found a YouTuber that puts his tortoises in the refrigerator for several months every single year. It's completely harmless as long as the turtle is big and healthy. This is a method used to simulate winter, which puts the turtle into a state called brumation. Brumation is hibernation for reptiles, and their metabolism slows down so much that their heart will only beat once every 10 minutes. No, this is not animal abuse, and many turtle and tortoise owners do this to give their pet a natural feeling of being out in the wild.
I hate you!
Scientists have discovered that when they turn off the lights, all the bees in this box immediately drop to the ground, and they're not sure why.
My reach we having, bro.
Real?
Yeah.
They was smoking that cot at night?
Oh!
Someone wanted to show off a new computer they got, but while peeling off the plastic, it generated static electricity. The static electricity ended up shocking and breaking the PC.
Oh, you're good, you're good.
A few years ago, the US Navy had an interesting conversation with the Chinese Navy.
This is the Chinese Navy, this is the Chinese Navy, this is the Chinese terrorist guy. Please go away quickly in order to run judgment.
I am a United States military aircraft conducting lawful military activities outside national airspace. I am operating with due regard as required under international law.
This airplane engine is sucking in the moisture from the air. This dog found some bioluminescent water to swim in. This poor guy forgot to put his car in park. A scientist opened up a can of tuna and put the meat under a microscope. They found that there was microscopic plastic inside of the fish. The plastic that we produce is polluting the ocean, which results in the fish consuming the plastic.
So freaking. Excuse me! No! Babe, it's gonna. What are we? I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Oh.
This diver drank a bottle of soda while upside down, underwater, and under the ice.
The Coke does not want to go to my stomach, but up to my ears. First, I have to drink the Coke until the bottle squeezes in, but because there's no atmosphere air to relieve the pressure, I have to blow some air from my lungs into the bottle to pop it back out, and then continue to drink. You can see the air floats to the bottom of the Coke bottle, so I have to drink the last bit with the bottle tilted towards my belly, or else I won't be able to drink anymore and will just get a mouthful of air. Don't worry, I pick up the garbage.
Here's a cool demonstration showing the magnetic fields of a magnet.
Este viejo está buscando que lo manden al hospital. ¿Para qué es lo que va a hacer ahora? Ay, mi madre, por un viejo, ¿no? Como de 80 años. Stick up, fuck.
Someone found a rare caterpillar that looks like a mossy stick. An old plane was decommissioned and placed into the Red Sea near Egypt to attract scuba divers.
Air, bro. You didn't get that bitch on. I loosened it. Get a butter knife. You're gonna need to pop that air bubble out. It ain't gonna open.
Go Matt, go Matt, go Matt.
Oh man, y'all got this all greasy now. All y'all palms.
Yeah.
Just the grease mat.
A lot more slippery than you think. Oh!
A plane had to make an emergency landing in the water during an air show. A driver in Florida broke through a barrier and flew over the bridge just as it started to go up. An ambulance was trying to move through traffic, but all these cones were in the way, so people got out of their cars to help out. This person built a remote control car that can drive so fast that it can go on top of water. A small skate ate this worm like it was spaghetti. A program was able to take an old picture of this man's wife and bring her back to life.
She's alive.
Yeah, it brings the picture to life.
Look at that smile. Oh, God.
That's your Lola.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
It's her.
Yeah, it's like she's here.
This bird will pretend that it is her to try and lure predators away from the eggs in their nest.
So let me go over here and then watch. It lures you away. It's got these babies right here, these eggs. Oh, look, injured mama. Let's go back over by the mom and get away from these eggs.
Gravity on Earth isn't the same everywhere. The red areas have a stronger force and the blue areas are weaker. Mountains have more mass and therefore have a stronger force of gravity. The variation in the force of gravity is so small that you probably wouldn't feel a difference. Here's an X-ray of a dog eating food. A dust devil appeared on a field in Canada. the good news was that nobody was hurt. This baby raccoon was found all alone in the road, but was rescued and taken to a local wildlife center.
So our person here has locked himself out of the car while it's in gear and he's stuck at the beach. This is our true visitor here in East Hampton.
These astronauts decided to make some pizza in space. This person left their shoes outside all night long, and they were filled with bugs the next morning. That's the end of this video. Thanks for spending a few minutes with me today, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.